club here for the final of the NPL T20 blast between Westside of Mutare as well as the Lions here from Harare. And it's a very exciting final we have. Two balls have gone by. Sorry for our late start. We just had a bit of gremlins in as far as the tech is concerned, as tech tends to happen. My name is Ladi Kudadai, and I'm here with the awesome Darlington Matambanadzo.
Well, thank you for the awesomeness. And it's a wonderful day for cricket at Harare Sports Club today. Sun is out, and it looks a really good wicket, really good batting wicket, and we're expecting scores around 170, 180 plus.
Yes, 170, 180 plus is possible here. Just to give you the toss update, Lions won the toss and decided to bat, which is kind of powerful. The kind of decisions people make when it comes to T20s more often than not. But when I spoke to John Masara, who is the Westside captain, he said he would have had a bowl because he felt that it might become a little bit more difficult to bat in the afternoon. And speaking of Westside, they have in their squad the national team players coming in after national duty, and they're involved in the makeup of Tendai Chatara as well as Donald Tilipano, and then they've also got co-opted Tarisan Sakanda, who was the Nortonians, and he's now with Westside. Opening the bowling for Westside is Tinashe Mshawaya, causing a few problems so far. A beautiful day for cricket here, so we've had some great crowds during the international matches. Hoping we could get a bit of a crowd here. The match is on until about roughly 3.
That's a play and a miss. It's a really good delivery. At the end of the first over, it's 3 for none.
Coming into bowl now, this second over is Tendai Chatara, who's bowling to Sifas Joao. So from the city end. And he gets the wicket. Sifas Joao retains his reputation of either getting you 50 in 3 overs or going out very early. He's gone for 1. Tendai Chatara with immediate impact here in the final of the NPL T20 blast. So with his first ball in the NPL T20 Blast this year, Tendai Chatara has picked up a wicket. He's a wicket taker for Zimbabwe in T20s, having recently gone past the haul that was set by Graham Creamer. He's on 42 wickets at international cricket. But he gets his first wicket in the NPL T20 Blast. Getting rid of the dangerous Sifas Joao. Coming in now to bat is Bright Piri. But what do you think of that ball that got rid of Sifas Joao? I thought he should have left it.
Well, I think what has become quite standard practice when you're bowling at Sifas Joao is just to not let him get space outside off stump. And Tendai Chatara was looking to make sure he's bowling nice and straight and back of a good length at Sifas Joao. And a little bit of movement into the left-handed Joao.
Now that is a beautiful shot. Bright Piri shows absolute respect for Tendai Chatara. Just swats that. Just no respect shown there.
Well, to be fair, not the best delivery that Tendai Chatara has bowled. A little soft full toss around leg stump. And it got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, but you know why I like that shot? Because a lot of guys want to feel their way in, especially a wicket having fallen early. He's like, no, this has to go. It's a bad ball. I'll hit it. Nice follow-up delivery there from Tendai Chatara. Almost just short of the block hole. Of course, you can follow all this action on the Zimbabwe Cricket app. Just go and download it. Google or Apple Store. Oh, beats the edge.
That's an absolute beauty from Tendai Chatara. Almost perfect outswinger.
Still think this is a 160, 170.
Well, I think these white balls, you find that they'll swing around for about 5 or 6 overs, and then they settle down and basically go through straight. And that is often where you find a lot of runs towards the end of this power play. I think you'll start to see a couple of attempts at the boundary anyway. And also, if you keep wickets in hand towards the back end of the innings.
Just looking at the last two deliveries that the Bright Piri has played at, sort of played with a straight bat. Doesn't this almost induce a possible edge?
I think for me, he's playing what's called the first line of the delivery. When a ball's swinging, you've got to try as much as possible to let it swing a little bit before you commit to playing a line. If you commit too early, it's going to be a long way away from it. So at the end of the second over, 7 for 1. Not the right length from Chawaya, and Ali Hamid has played a really nice looking shot. First boundary for him today. Been really impressed by Ali Akbar. Had the privilege of playing against him in our Vine Cup First League. And he looks a really good player to my eyes.
Plays for Old Irons, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And he opens the batting for them. Bats 3 sometimes. But what he seems to do is he likes to start quite slowly. But shots all around the ground, this young man has. Also bowls some handy leg spinners.
Fascinating thing for me with this NPL T20 Blast coming into its first ever season. The season before we just had the 50 over one. As T20 becomes a more global spectacle, bigger than it actually ever was. As you can see, the ICC certainly looking at it as a tournament of preference, that in as far as getting into new markets. I think this is certainly a format that will excite audiences and crowds. Certainly saw with the T20s in Afghanistan here, fans certainly came out for that format, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think it's just a much more condensed and exciting version of the game we all love. I think lots of big sixes, I think, is the real appeal of this game. That's another beauty from Chawaya. We were talking earlier at the end of the last over about Brad Piri playing the first line of the delivery. That time round, he just didn't get his foot anywhere near that delivery.
So they're playing it a bit late, inducing something of a false shot. I think, to a certain extent, the Westside guys, when they are the Westside Lions team, when they are batting, get the first ball out the park, but afterwards they almost cage themselves in. Yeah, you don't see quite any footwork, so you're not turning what are good deliveries into scoring opportunities, really. And for it almost feels as if it's either they're trying to hit a 4 or nothing.
I think the other thing too is Machawaya, International Machawaya here, is bowling really well. We've seen him swinging it both ways. We saw a couple of deliveries ago, Brad Piri played and missed one that's definitely shaped away. In the last two deliveries, we've seen them get quite a lot of in-swing. I think he's really using the conditions well. Ali Hamid must feel he's missed out there. See him signalling to himself, I should have gotten that over long or over short fine leg. At the end of the third over, 14 for 1. So Tendai Chatara is going to continue from the city end. And it's a bright Piri on strike. Nice quick single called by Bright Piri. A little too full and straight from Tendai Chatara. Partnership is 12.
From the start so far, I think it's a toss that it's good to lose it at this moment. But as they say, You only know how good or bad a pitch is after both teams have played on it.
I think it's just a little bit. I had a conversation with Brad Evans, and he was quite excited looking at it. There's a little bit of grass on the wicket out there, and so there is a little bit of movement, I think, for seamers up front, and we've seen both Mchawaya and Tendai Chatara get a little bit of shape through the air. But I think the thing is, it's going to settle down and become much, much easier to bat on as this game progresses, and as this wicket gets some midday winter. Tendai Chatara has overstepped.
Below that again.
But I think the key thing is what Brad Piri is able to do with his free hit. We've seen a couple of swings from him, swing and misses. Hasn't quite got the measure of Tendai Chatara this morning. Really frustrated with himself is Piri. He knows that that one should have gone.
Not quite. I know. So he's just gone a bit forward there, trying to have a bit of a bowl at, of course, Tendai Chatara doesn't have quite the pace he used to have in the younger iteration of himself, especially.
It's a hard, easy chance to backward point, and it's been almost inevitable. That's Victor. That's Msekesi. Masekesa. Backward point. It was almost inevitable that Brad Piri was going to give a chance. Just not really clear about how to play Tendai Chatara.
Almost seems as if at times he was trying to bully him. But I think you got to respect him and play a bit cleverer than that. If you can't get the fours, and that's the thing for me. I think there's a problem with Westside right now. But after 4 overs, we'll take that up in the 5th over. They're 17 for 1.
So this has been a bowling change, and from the golf course end, for the first time in this match today, is Victor Nyauchi.
And as with many of a couple of the overs, the first ball disappears for 4. Victor Nyauchi will be giving just a bit of a loosener there. Ali Akbar Hamid dispatches the ball. Says thank you for that. You'll gobble that all day, every day.
A little bit of a loosener from Nyauchi, and he's been made to pay. Really beautiful shot from Ali Akbar Hamid. Everything right.
I think looking at the technique of the two players, you certainly see from Ali Akbar Hamid, or we'll call Ali Hamid from now, you can see the certainty. He has a certainty about how he wants to present the bat after the shot.
So for me, his footwork is a lot more precise from Bright Piri. That's a good delivery from Victor Nyawuchi. He's got that seam back in. So Ali Akbar Hamid is looking square of the wicket there and just got cramped up for room. Experienced cricketer is Victor Nyawuchi. He's been around a long time. Really understands what he should be doing. And that's another good delivery. Change in length and pace. A little quicker on to Akbar. Round down to Ali Akbar Hamid. So far, just 2 balls to go. This looks like it's going to be quite a good over. It's the boundary of the first, but Victor Nyawuchi's come back quite strongly.
Umpire signals are wide there, quite rightly. And that's a column I think a lot of the domestic sides, the club sides, don't pay enough attention to. The number of extras that they give away, and needless extras like wides and no's. And as it happens, that also starts translating to the national team.
Another really beautiful shot from Ali Akbar Hamid. This time it's full, and he's given himself room to go over backward point. Second boundary on this over.
Yeah, just as you were saying that, it was a good over for Victor Nyawuchi. It's a spoiler right at the end there. Certainly because of that no ball coming, affects your rhythm, I think, and gets dispatched for 4.
And this time over the leg side. And this is the best of the lot. He's gotten all of it. Just a couple of bounces into the boundary. And that's 13 off this Victor Nyawuchi over and 30 for 1 after 5.
So, a change in the bowling. Also got a bit of a change in the commentary. Donald Tiripano coming in on the bowling section and Kujamnyede coming in on the commentary, joining me for the next 5 overs.
Morning, Larry. Thanks for introducing me. Yeah, good day for cricketer.
Yes.
So slow, steady start by the Lions there. I think for me, while I was looking at, they've been looking to just hit the ball, play big shots. Obviously, the Westside bowlers have bowled pretty well, but if bowlers are bowling pretty well, look to rotate the strike and, yeah, got off strike.
And that's an absolutely scrumptious hit. A beautiful hit there. Just, again, a little bit earlier, he played that shot against Tendai Chatara.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite the same shot. It wasn't quite the same delivery. But he's seen a delivery, gets on his knee, and he's decided he's going to dispatch that.
Yeah.
It's either you catch me or that disappears for 4.
For 4, yeah, exactly, yeah. But as I'm saying, Larry, obviously you got to hit the ball, but if the bowlers are bowling well, what's the other option you got to do?
The basis of cricket, get off strike. And they sky that one. And Donald Tiripani gets his revenge, and Bright Piri has to go. and it disappears for 10 off 17 deliveries. Lions are 34 for 2. Coming in fresh from his debut is Clive Madande, debut for Zimbabwe. What did you make of his debut for Zimbabwe?
Well, you know, obviously playing on your debut, it's always nerve-wracking all the time. As you see Ali Ahmed pushing the ball into the midweek region, pushing for 1. Yeah, Clive Madande played his first T20 against the Afghan side. How many rounds did he score?
Not quite sure. I can get that for you in a bit.
Yeah. But, you know, it's always a good thing getting a cap for the national team. Didn't go for the perfect start. But, yeah, I'm sure in a few more games you'll get a good run. That's a good ball by Donald Tiripano. See movement of the wicket, hey, Larry? Bowlers have bowled pretty well, the Westside guys.
Absolutely. But what you spoke repeatedly about is that the basics of cricket is get off strike. If you can't hit it for 4, for 6, get off strike, because the number of dot balls is just accumulating.
Yeah. What about quick single, run out chance, or good run? That's what I'm talking about, Larry. That's what you gotta do when the bowlers are bowling well. Good ball, turn the good ball and turn into a 1. But if you just try to swing, you won't get it. End of the over there. West Lions are now 36 for 2 after 6 overs.
Zampire signaling the end of the power play. 6 and over. Would you be satisfied with that?
For me, it's decent. It's decent. Obviously, they've lost 2 wickets. Obviously, they would have looked to be probably maybe 40 or 50 odd for 1. But yeah, it's a decent start for them. For me, it's actually a good start by the Westside bowlers. Westside. Hop out. Down to long on. 1 run.
One of the two sides where there's been strength in the bowling department for Westside, isn't it? Because their batting, you've had some ridiculous batting from guys, especially Kevin Kasuza scoring 77 off 14 the other time and 76 off 34. But it's the bowling end where they couldn't defend some pretty high targets.
Yeah. Kevin got to 50 with only boundaries. Huh?
Yeah, it was like 50 off 10 balls. 9 balls, is it?
That's
50
ridiculous.
off 9 balls.
That's ridiculous.
That's the sort of batting we saw in England putting on 498 yesterday against the Netherlands.
Surely white ball cricket is going somewhere, Larry. It's either you or me, huh? Take it for 1. Ali Ahmed has actually impressed me. He's been playing very well. He also got a chance to play for the Eagles in the domestic T20 competition. Didn't get enough runs, but he's in this NPL. He's actually done really well.
Certainly a guy that the Eagles management will be looking at and saying, okay, didn't quite work out the first season, but certainly something there.
Definitely. Definitely. I think with any cricketer, it's all about playing lots of games, lots of competitive games. At some point, I think you always get your groove, and you know how to, as a batsman, you know how to score runs, how to spend time at the crease. You see a big hit from Ali Ahmed there. Goes for 6. Big shot. Well played.
There's a man there, the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket boundary, but there was no chance. You could have had two men standing on top of each other. They're not going to catch that.
Yeah. Alamid sitting on 26 now. I think for me, he just has to bat through. He opened the batting. It's not easy to score out there, but he's got the runs now, and he just got to bat long. Inside edge, runs away for 4. We call those lucky runs, but everyone gets them.
Absolutely, even some of the best in the world will be grateful for those. And the 7 overs says 49 for 2. A lot of tweaking off the field.
About. See the experience there from Donald Tripano coming off the national duty. Pretty good contest there, Larry. National batter, national bowler. LB shout, umpire not interested. Push for 1.
And the 50 is up for runs.
Not quite as quickly as you wanted it to be, but 50 up after 7.2 overs. Lions will take that.
Yeah, they'll definitely take that. Definitely take that.
A shout there for a ball that was going down leg. Might have had a bit of a bat in there, but it's only going down leg.
Take it down to fine leg. Ali Ahmed controlling the game now. For me now, Ali Ahmed just has to bat, I think 13 overs left, sitting on 31 now. Can get himself probably 70 odd, 60 odd. Gets the team in a good position. LB shout again. Umpire not interested.
And something's changed with the guys in this partnership, as opposed to when he had Bright, Piri, and Sifa Joao. Clive Madande is willing to run between the wickets.
Exactly.
And I think it's the same intent that Ali Ahmed has.
As I was saying when I got into the combat on, the two batters were just looking to hit the ball. step aside, play a big shot. But these guys are looking to rotate the strike, look for the singles. With that way, you always push this goal. But if you just look to go big, it's either you go out or you're not scoring anything.
Unless the game with the age-old adage, go big or go home.
Well, I think we just give that to Liam Livingstone and Josh Butler.
But the other side, I mean, the critics could say that one of the weaknesses Zimbabwe has is that they don't seem to have that enough big hitters. It's got players that are just excellent running between the wickets there, converting what often would be one run into two. Certainly young, agile players, 22, 23 years old. And after 8 overs, Lions are 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Changing the bowling from the Gulf Coast, John Martin. Starts with a juicy out volley. Hits straight to extra cover.
How impressed have you been with John Masara since especially this past season, his stock has certainly grown, hasn't it?
It has. John Masara, he's been working hard on his game, and I've got a funny story for you about John. I played with John like when we were still in the school days, and he was actually a batsman when we were playing together, and he was a batsman who bowled like filthy medium paces. Pushed for one, good rotation of the strike. Yeah, he was a batsman, and I was actually surprised he started bowling spin, and he's now actually a quality spin bowler. Funny how things change.
I say if you work hard enough on a skill, you end up being good at it.
Yeah,
I suppose that's true for him.
Yeah. Chance in the deep. Victor Nyauchandra, it's taken. John Masara gets the breakthrough. Ali Hamid for 33. Score now 57 for 2 after 8.3.
It is certainly an exciting day of cricket here at Harare Sports Club. If you're anywhere near Harare Sports Club or in Harare, I would encourage you to come and watch the cricket. We've got quite a few supporters that have come in. So just come through and watch the cricket. Right now, Westside are bowling after having lost the toss. Lions, having won the toss, are now at 57 for 3. Walking out is Jonathan Campbell, who is immediately... No, it's not him. It wasn't the one facing. That's Clive Madanda. They crossed. Of course, that'll be a lot easier when the rules change in October. You know that the guy who's come out is a guy who will be
Facing.
facing.
Yeah.
Who's replacing, rather.
Yeah. But for me, that's really going to change cricket because, to be honest, like, if you're playing like one-day cricket or T20 cricket, the guy who's facing, or the guy who's in, makes a huge difference if he is on strike. Incoming batsman, it's always difficult to have a goal first up. So yeah, I think it's going to change a lot of the scores going forward. End of the over there. Westside now, Lions now 59 for 3 after 9 overs.
A change in the bowling. Prosper Mugeri comes in from the City end. And Jonathan Campbell facing his second ball. Reminder that the Zimbabwe Cricket app is available to download for free. You can get close to the action from international to club cricket. It's wide. But what I've been following is summer cricket that's happening in places like Bindura, which Bindura and Bindura Cricket Club are playing a match. They call it the Bindura Derby this coming weekend. Actually, we end the weekend. It's on Sunday.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. And then there's the Winter League.
Shot, cut away, full. Good shot from Jonathan Campbell there.
And also as part of the MCCA, just to give you some of the matches that are happening. Today, Shamva Cricket Club are playing Bindura University Cricket Club. And then there's the Northern's Women's Under 19 and Southern's Women's Under 19 match that's taking place. Also, Midlands Rhinos Under 19 against the Valaya Tuskers Under 19. Harare Eagles Under 19 versus Mutare Mountaineers Under 19. It's a lot of cricket that's happening. See, you can follow all that action on the Zimbabwe Cricket app, available for download on Apple as well as Google Play Store.
Just on that, Larry, how was Zimbabwe Cricket done in organizing all this games? It's a good move, huh?
I think it's brilliant because what often used to happen when we have the winter seasons like this was, I'll talk about it after this delivery. That's just a shot that you feel should have gotten a lot more. Just maybe just a bit too square.
Yeah, foot toss on leg stump. Should have cashed in on that.
The thing is that if guys are not getting form at international level, they need someone to drop to and play their way into form
consistently.
Absolutely. The fact that we've got essentially 12 months of domestic cricket, and we have the climate for it. It's not like countries where when it gets into winter they can't play cricket. You can play 12 months of cricket. And for me, the other big one is how much women are getting to play, the ladies and girls are getting to play a lot of cricket now.
That's a big one, yeah.
With the Women's Under 19 World Cup taking place, Zimbabwe have already qualified directly.
Okay.
So our Zimbabwe Under 19 women will be there.
It's a wide.
Prosper Mungere conceding quite a few extras in this particular over.
I definitely don't want to be too many extras, especially in wide ball cricket.
But getting back again to it also creates ultra local cricket that's taking place. So often a lot of the cricket that got attention was what's happening in Harare.
Definitely, yeah.
That is a very good delivery. Jonathan Campbell just getting an inside edge on that one. Could have gone anywhere.
Could have gone anywhere. Straight to the stumps or straight to... Just getting to there.
But just to finish off on that, the fact that people are playing cricket and at any level and should be able to play cricket without necessarily needing to get to the national team, but certainly have a place to platform their skills, that's a big win for me.
It is, and obviously it also brings up the depth for your end of the over there. Lions now 7-1 for 3.
Just one more ball.
Oh, sorry.
He's bowled quite a few extras, so
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
My bad. Yeah, as you were saying, it's, at the end of the day, if more cricket is played, we get to see more players, then there's more depth.
Absolutely. And he's got to bowl that again. And something that's underestimated in all of this is some players will be good club players, and some
Exactly,
players
yeah.
just want to play club cricket. They don't necessarily want to become international players.
Professional cricketers, yeah.
And if you have those players getting involved at club level, they're going to become supporters. Unbelievable the
Bowls
number
and
of
all that.
wides. He's bowled 5 wides in this over. Essentially 11 deliveries he's going to have to do. If he gets this one right, this will be almost 2 overs he's bowled in one.
To be honest, I don't see him coming back to bowl another over.
You'd think he wouldn't. They'll be happy to be done with that. But finally, Prosper Mugere conceding 14 runs over, and the end of the 10th over, the Lions are 74 for 3. And coming to join the commentary as I exit a bit, and as the players break for drinks, Darlington Matambanato.
Morning, Kuda. First time together.
Point house.
John Masara started quite nicely. A very important wicket of
Ali
Hamid.
yeah.
He was starting to get away with the game. He was 33 from 20.
Yeah, Ali Hamid is the nightmares of John Masai. Remember the T20 final, the domestic one, is the one who got him out also.
That's right, and I think if I remember correctly about that one, it was a really wonderful innings played at the end of the game by Matthew Walsh. Ended up winning the game for Eagles, but he nearly took it away from the Eagles, did Masada. Really, really good bowler. And what I liked about today, he's bowling a little quick through the air.
Yeah.
And it's a skill, I think, that's very important for spinners, is knowing the right pace to bowl on each and every different wicket that you play
Different
on.
surfaces, yeah. About. Yeah, the pace is always important. Like knowing how to bowl, maybe slower or quicker, depending on the surface you're playing. And also reading, the other thing is also reading the batsman, knowing how this batsman plays.
It's a really nice attempt from Clive Madande to create a shot there. I think that's Mugeri who does the field and keeps it down to just 2. Probably
It's a good
saved
stop,
2
man.
runs.
Yeah, he did. A very good stop. The pace bowler. Went down too long off. Clive Madande looking in control there.
What I like about him, he's looking to shape through the extra cover region. And at the end of the 11th, Lions are 79 for 3. Not something you see often. Vini Masekesa coming on to bowl leg spin. I don't often see that happen where you have 2 leg spinners bowling in tandem in domestic T20. Really wonderful sign about the talent that's available.
Yeah.
It's not a bad first delivery at all. Just got that one. Not to spin, but to carry on in towards leg stump. Just talking about talent. A little expensive was Mugeri in his first over.
As I was speaking to Larry, saying I don't see him coming back for a second over. I nailed it, huh?
Absolutely.
Big shot from John Akembo. Oh! Drop chance. Goes for 6. Oh, given 4.
Looks like Victor Nyawuchi, who's at long on, who's just put that one down. And that, to be quite fair, for a cricketer of his standard, is quite regulation. A catch really should be taking catches like that.
Really giving Jonathan Kembo another life there. I think that was a regulation catch. Shot put away to deep square leg. That's Victor Nyauchi picking up the ball, went cleanly to the wicket keeper. Down the track, pushing for 2. Won't come back. Good fielding there by Clive Chitumba. Good movement.
On the subject of Clive Chitumba, I do know he bowls a little bit of seam.
Yeah, he does.
Do you think we might see him have a ball today?
Hopefully he does. Shot put away. Down to long on. Starting Sakanda down at long on. End of the 12th over there. Lions now 87 for 3.
Oh, that's a beauty from Masara.
Captain leading from the front there. John Masara taking the ball by its horns. About.
I think it's an art also for spinners, I think, in this format, is to find a delivery that only gives the batter one run. Because I think if you try and bowl 4 or 5 dots at a batter, you line yourself up to get hit out of the ground, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think that last delivery, for me, is a sign of Masara being aware of that.
Oh, Madanda being cheeky there. Forcing Masara not to bowl the ball. Madanda looking to get the scoreboard rolling. Hit one down to long on. I think Madanda is looking to go after Masara.
I don't know, for me, I think he's being unnecessarily clever, is Madande. Just stand still, watch the ball.
Exactly.
Get a bad one and put that one away. At the moment, he's not really giving him a chance, because every single time, if you move early, makes your head move around.
Exactly, yeah.
And then that makes it very difficult to watch a ball close. And a spinner of the quality of Masada, you want to watch the ball closely. You want to see which way the ball is turning, straight, away, or the googly, and then play with that spin.
Down the track. Down to long on. For 1. Masara looking in control, yeah, Darlington. Bowling very well.
Very, very well. And I was just thinking, for me, normally at around about 12th, especially hands, I tend to think that you double your score. Lions were 87 after 12, which to me translates to a score around 174. I think they'd be very, very happy with a score around 174. And at the end of the 13th, 93 for 3.
Masekesa continue from the city end. Clive Madani down the track. 4 runs. Good shot. It's a really, really good shot. Looking to hit straight.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? He's gotten down to the pitch and gotten straight enough. Mugeri, who's at long on, had no chance. And he's been looking in the last couple of overs to really get his foot down, accelerate the score. And this is a good start.
Shot. Brilliant Victor Nyauchi there. That's quality fielding. Quality. Really saved 4 runs there.
Absolutely. And then the interesting thing is, how was the one, if you're going to get a boundary to follow up the first one? Oh. And then a horrible misfield by Masekesa. I think that was definitely if he had managed to collect that one.
think Darlington now, with cricket now, I think fielding has become a big thing. Most teams win the games in the field. Get your catches, get clean run-outs.
And that's a beautiful shot again from Madande. He's found the gap and some really, really good work. And it looks like Terisai Msakanda keeps it down to just 2.
2 runs there, Tarim Sakand. Really good movement. Yeah, as I was saying, fielding is now a big part of cricket. If you want to win games, you gotta be a very, very good fielding side.
And that's a big hit. That's gone a long way. I've Madande long, didn't get a lot of distance, but very, very high. That takes it to 14 off this over. And brings up the 100 for. And that's the outside edge. He's going to be happy enough with that, is Madande. And he moves to 34 from just 26 deliveries. At the end of the 14th, 111 for 3. So
John Masara continuing from the golf course end, bowling his last over now. He's really bowled well, 1 for 14 and 3.
I think there have been no boundaries hit off his bowling. I need to confirm that. That's so very important.
Exactly. About. Starts off with the single.
Interesting thing for me is he's just not turned any away from Jonathan Campbell or into Jonathan Campbell. It's mostly been googlies, and it's the ones that carry on straight. And again and almost the same delivery to Clive Madande, just not giving him room to find spaces on the offside, which is over extra cover.
He's really bowled well. He's impressed me. He's really bowled well. And if you notice, is like most of the balls he's bowled to, especially to the right-handers, they're hitting the stumps. So he's bowling in line of the stumps. Pushed down to long off by Jonathan Campbell for 1. John Masara really looking in control here at Darlington.
Yes, he is, and I think it's just for me, we saw that. When Clive Madande went after Masekesa, he didn't change his pace. What we see, he's been very clever about the pace at which he's bowled at. And every single time we see Madande about to play a shot at him, he's not been shy to stop.
Exactly.
And that's finally the boundary of John Masara. And that's a good shot from Madande. Long on.
It's a really, really good shot. But to the way John Masara is bowled, I think, as you're saying, he stopped there when Madande came down the track. It really shows he knows what he's doing.
It's a real awareness about him.
Exactly.
Really, really clear about what he's trying to achieve, why he's bowling the way he is. And then that looks like a drop catch. Inside edge.
He's really bowled well. About. Run out chance. That's really good bowling. Backed up by good fielding there by Kevin Kasuza. End of the 15th over. Lions now 1.
Bowling change from City End. Donny Tiripano just 1 for 10 of the 2 he's bowled so far. Will be his 3rd. I think he's going to probably be saved 1. So bowl in the death.
Yeah.
And that's a 2nd wicket. Rather soft dismissal for Jonathan Campbell, who has to depart. Just 21 of 18 deliveries. Lions 118 for 4. So new batter in, replacing Jonathan Campbell, is Tashingam Sekua. Real opportunity for him to really express himself here. It's a little over 4 overs to go.
Yeah, I think he's one of the big hitters in the team. He can hit the cricket ball. He can hit it. Hopefully he gets a good go there. Well played. Well played. Gets a strike. First up. Well, I think for him now, I think he just needs to. He's new better. Just give the strike to Clive Madande, who's in 39 of 30 balls, striking 30.
It's also very important for me. The competitive total here is dependent on Clive Madande striking a little over, closer towards 200, I think, from here.
Good running there by Clive Madande. Good running, good running.
It's really well done.
Turning that 1 into a 2. What is your projected score here, Darlington?
For me, it still remains around 180, 170. So I think 12 and over from here is about 48, nearly 50.
Shot.
And that's a beautiful shot. Clive Madande just to the left of backward point. So,
Clive Madande has actually played a gem of an inning here, Darlington. He's really played. I think when he got in, as I was speaking about, he was rotating. He got in, rotated the strike. The bowlers first up were bowling very well, and the batters who batted up front were just looking to hit the ball, just stepping across, just swinging. But when Clive got in, got there, rotated the strike, and look now he's sitting pretty on 45 of 32.
just one away from a 50 here. But he's going to have to wait just a bit. There's a little bit of change in the field.
How about? It's a good ball. Hard back of a length. Nothing much you can do about it.
Yeah, not really. It's one of those deliveries that you've got to be quite a special player to get to the boundary.
Yeah. But you see, one thing he did well there, he was able to check
Yourself away from that bowling.
Exactly,
Absolutely right.
pulled away down to the cow corner region for one.
We're saying he's a good hitter of the ball. He's absolutely crunched that
Yeah.
to end the 16th, 127 for 4. Fuda takes a break. Join me to the end of this first innings. It's Larry Kulirai. Larry, I think around 170 today, which is 43 more from here, which is about 12 runs and over. And Clive Madande has played well to get to 46.
This player was always excited me. I often talked about how he's very agile wicketkeeper, but very handy with the bat. And I think his being part of the national team setup will have done a world of good to his confidence. Certainly a player with burgeoning reputation. Would you say because of his being chosen, of course, with Dave Houghton coming in as the national team coach, but would you say that he is almost like the number 2 wicketkeeper in the country as it hits that high? And that's a drop catch.
It's Victor Nyawuchi is underneath that one. Slight misjudgment. Didn't get any hands on it. Tinashe Tashinga Msekiwa, forgive me, has made his intentions very, very clear. He's going to get a few quick runs of Tinashe Mchawaya's bowling. That's a good change of pace. Again, really good running from these two. And that's been given a third. So I think that's Kevin Kasusa. Right, cover, does the misfield. Allows them to come back from the third. Very sloppy.
What did you make of that drop catch?
Again, I think for me, because Victor Nyawuchi, national team cricketer, should be taking chances like that. And that's an attempt to go over extra cover, and very good work. And that is Malinga. That's his nickname. He's done very well. Had to go a long way to his left and dive. And then Clive is gone for 46 of 34.
132 for 5.
And 132 for 5.
Out.
New batter in is Bradley Evans. He's going to be at the non-striker's end. The non-strike is Msekiwa. Been given a life already. He's 7 or 4. Tell you what, he's actually can be a really exciting player. Really clean hitter of cricket ball.
And it's going to come down to his performance to see how many more runs our Lions can put to their total. Of course, Tashinga's Msekiwa, it's no mug with the bat. But you'll be looking at Brad Evans as more of the finisher, isn't it?
That's right, and I think Msekiwa actually probably a slightly better striker of a cricket ball than Brad Evans, who generally looks to manufacture shots, looks to get ball away on both the off and the leg side. Whereas Msekiwa usually looks to clear long off and long on and cow. It's a really good delivery from Chawaya right into the block hole.
So speaking a bit about Clive Madanda before, is he almost de facto the number 2 keeper in the country at the moment? Given they've given him his debut, and Reggie Shikava was not able to play the last match, would you say that's the case, or is it sort of like let's wait and see what Dave Houghton has to say?
Well, I think new coach. I think we might see some changes, but I think he's going to continue being the number 2. But what he hasn't done, he's just not put together numbers. You can say that he's a shoo-in for that number 2 spot. I think if there are any other wicket keepers, we've seen a few that are around. I think is it Tsiga?
Yeah, Tsiga for me was strange because in the T20 and I'm sort of like, what expertise are you showing? And at 17 overs is 135 for 5. But just to finish off with this discussion, because there's a train of thought, it was strange seeing him bowl Tsiga in a club match. Well, that is it a case of he thinks he can't get in the team for his keeping skills?
It's a difficult one, and the question is, again, as we say, we're talking about Madande, still just doesn't have the numbers. Just this first one, got a chance to bat, had the opportunity for a long bat, the opportunity to play a match-winning knock, which is what Zimbabwe required in that match, and wasn't able to do that. But nothing is probably written in stone at the moment.
I mean, that said, if you look at that last match, not many people batted well, so it'd be tough to just put that down to the young man.
No, I understand that. I'm not
on debut as well.
I'm not in any sense saying that, but often what you find is under difficulty and under adversity is often a good place to secure a position in a team.
True.
When you've just come into it, when you're young. So, for example, as an example, another man who debuted through this series was Innocent Kaye. And he went in that series, got a couple of really important scores that have essentially cemented him as an opener, at least for the next, after this.
Certainly the qualifier.
And so he did himself no harm by getting runs in those matches.
And excellent running between the wickets there. Tell you what, after the first, Bright Piri as well as Stefan Shuwawa went out. These two, the batsmen that have come afterwards, have been more intentional with their take the strike, haven't they?
I think also what's very important is that they find a boundary, and that's Evans has found the boundary, playing a full toss from Donald Tiripano, and he's hit it just behind square over the boundary all the way for 6.
What is just amazing about that is almost just clipped it, didn't try to hit it too hard. It's like, thank you very much. I'm going to use some of your pace and some of my power, but not too much of it. Sometimes you lose a bit with trying to hit it too hard.
That's right. He just kept a really wonderful shape. timed it beautifully. A little bit of a delay as that one is brought back in. It's gone quite a long way in towards the nets at Harare Sports Club. And this is a really good start to this over. 9 runs from it already. 3 balls still to go. If you could find another boundary here, this could be really useful for the Lions. And that's very well bowled by Donald Tiripano. Beautiful change of pace. And led by the signal. See Brad Evans at the top of the screen there, suggesting the shot played and its length at this stage of the game. Should really be looking to get underneath and hit it a long way. And that's another beautiful delivery from Donald Tiripano. Real sign of experience. I was thinking 170, starting to look really possibility. See Brad Evans play the sweep shot to end the 18th over, and Lions 147 for 5. So Tendai Chatara back into the attack. Bowling, what is his 3rd over of this match? 6 runs. 1 for 6 of 2 so far. And that's an appeal for LBW, and it's been given. Really good start from Chatara. Brad Evans is looking to go over the leg side. He has to go 10 of 6 deliveries and 147 for 6. New batter in, Marshall Takodza. Chatara's on us, just 2 for 6. Again, that's a good start from Chatara, and Takodza does well. All he's got to do is get off strike. Secure has been there a little bit longer. Should do most of the batting from here on.
Just looking at Brad Evans, it'd be a bit disappointed in the way he went out, because Westside, like you were saying, just hit the ball.
And then for me, also, new bowler, don't ever really need to try an experimental shot or improvised shot. First delivery that he bowls at you, and that's a chance. It's, looks like Chatara gets his 3rd, and Msekiwa's gone for 9 of 9 deliveries, and now 148 for 7. wide called, but Chatara's made a really interesting decision and short at Marshall, as in Kosilati Nungu, who's on strike. No, sorry, that's Marshall Takodza. And, he's bowled well today. 7 runs for 2 wickets. Sorry, that's 8 runs for 2 wickets. Nice little change of pace.
So a bowling spell like this, bowling spell, I beg your pardon. 150 up after 18.4 overs, but a bowling spell like this is what the Westside guys would have been happy to have, because they got some of the big guns in terms of bowling department to come into this particular match, because that's sort of going to be the difference.
Absolutely correct. I'm a little surprised that he's only going to finish with 3 overs. But what he's done is what he's been given to work with. He's worked with very well. And really simple, really disciplined bowling display from Tendai Chatara. Kosilati Nungu and Takodza have to play well here to get to the 170 that I had predicted. I think a score around 160 would be quite good. Really well done. Nice change of pace from Chatara to finish the 19th over, 151 for 7.
And
Muchawaya gets to bowl the last over.
having bowled the first over as well.
And he's been impressive for me today. Basically got his line and length right. Got a little bit of shape. 17 for 1. 3 overs that he's bowled. It's been useful. I think here he's just going to look to bowl straight and full. I think the Lions batters just looking to get over mid-off. And that we see Kosilati Nungu has done very well here. Give himself a little bit of room and gone past mid-off for a boundary, much needed boundary at the start of the 20th over.
And when you go into the 20th over, getting a boundary off the first ball is sort of like what the doctor ordered, isn't it?
Absolutely correct. And I think a little bit of error in the field here. You've got to get long off back onto the boundary. I think that's going to be the area that these batters will target. And that's length. And Nungu's gotten a hold of it, and he's got it in all the way out the ground.
That's a beautiful, the kind of hit that has gotten both the crowd as well as the players excited. Nungu, being a bowler himself, is saying, look, I need to put some runs on this. But 161 for 7. You are predicting 170. Could this be a 180?
I think this is the over. If Mchawaya doesn't get his lengths right, I think he can be very, very punished here. And we see a change. We see long off going back onto the boundary. I think they've underestimated Nungu just a little bit. It's a little bit late. I think this should be the over that goes for 20 or 25 runs. 10 off the first 2 deliveries. Mchawaya gets anything else wrong, and that is a good delivery. A nice change of pace. Kosilati Nungu, however, has lost his shape. Really watched the ball as closely as he should have. And that's a wide Yorker attempted. That's well done. Slight
And
misfield.
some brilliant
Wicket
running.
keeper.
Absolutely brilliant running.
This is really, really poor cricket, in my opinion. Wicket-keeping error. It's an extra run. And the interesting thing, this game is tight. They're going to regret little errors like that. The Westside fielders.
So, very good delivery, defending a no ball. Really, quite a bit off this over. I think if you had told Lions we're going to give you 165 for 7, even at this point they would have taken that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Chords up. Nice attempt.
And that's another no ball. Second one of this over. Free hit. Muchawaya haven't opened so well. Conceded just.
No ball, free hit.
Looks like he's overstepped a couple of times this over, Mchawaya. And honestly, I think Kosilati Nungu has to make him pay for this. He's got to make sure the length is there. It's out the ground. Just a one from that, probably, unless they run really well. And that's Takodza's done really, really well to turn that into 2.
Certainly a lot of intent. And that's what you like to see from some of these young players, showing a lot of intent, hitting the ball, and before it gets to the fielder, you almost completed your first run. And that puts pressure on the fielder. So what are you putting this on, a 4 or a 6?
And that's really well bowled by Mchawaya. Just the one run, and that's the 170. At the close of the innings, Lions 170.
Having won the toss, Lions Academy.
Just going to go through the scoreboard for you, scorecard for you. A few key performances this morning.
So, the NPL T20 Blast finals here at Harare Sports Club, and at the end of this innings is 170 for 7 for Lions. A specific score that my co-commentator called, saying that it'd be 170 for 7. Just going through that innings, Sifas you're going out for 1, but Aliapa a bit impressive with 33. Clive Madande 46 is the standout performance. Right at the back of the innings was Nkosi Nungu with 14. Brad Evans with a very good 10 in the context of the innings.
And then for me, the bowling figures. Tinashe Mchawaya opened the bowling, did well up front, struggled at the end. 4 overs for 33 runs, 1 wicket. Tendai Chatara, pick of the bowling. 3 overs, 3 wickets for 10 runs. Donald Tilipano, wickets for 28. John Masada, 4 overs, 1 for 21.
So there you have it for the decider for who will win the NPL T20 Blast. When we come back in a bit, Westside Cricket Club will have to chase down 171 in order to pick up the inaugural NPL T20 Blast title. Sunny Harare Sports Club, Westside, if they intend to be champions, have to score 171 runs because Lions made 170 for 7. Kudam Yede, joining me now. My name is Larry Kwirirai.
Hi, Larry. Yeah, Westside need to get 171 to win this. And they start off, push it down to deep square. Brad Evans opening the bowling for the Lions, and opening the batting for the Westside is Kevin Kasuza, who is actually the highest run getter so far, and Clive Chichumba. Oh, sorry.
I beg your pardon, it's the openers being Tadasam Sakanda. And with the first ball saved, face Tadasam Sakanda is gone. Caught by Jonathan Campbell off the bowling of Brad Evans. And after 2 balls, Westside, the worst start possible. They are 1 for 0.
The new batsman, Kasuza.
Kevin Kasuza coming in now, but what do you make of that shot by Tadasam Sakanda? First, facing his first ball in the NPL T20 blast this year.
Well, we've known Tari, the way he plays is a guy who gets off to a good start all the time. And I think he should have just given himself a bit of time. Get yourself in. It's the best of cricket that we always say, Larry. Get yourself in, first few balls, then look to go big.
That's a really good delivery from Brad Evans. Was out in Nepal with the Zimbabwe A side. Certainly one I guess the selectors are looking at.
Definitely, he's actually done more even playing for the Eagles, and even the recent tour of the Namibia tour.
Namibia tour as well, yeah?
He got a chance there and he did decently well. Wide ball. Obviously, doesn't want to be bowling many extras. Like what the Westside bowler Prosper Mugeri did.
That final over, it's interesting.
Yeah, back on Tadasam Sakanda, I think the balls, it really didn't get to him the way he expected it to come to him. He ended up, I think he played the shot way too early. That's why he got caught there.
So just the cricket is happening at Harare Sports Club. The Lions Academy is an academy that is being run by former Zimbabwe international captain.
Dead ball.
So if you're wondering why why Kevin Kasuza has been sent back, is because to bat again, because he didn't offer a shot, so that is a dead ball. So he's had to go and face that delivery again. Look, at this point, around 2-for-1, at the end of the first over, or around just a few runs after the first over, the Lions were 3-for-1. So you're not really having palpitations and thinking that you're going to lose your head. Kevin Kasuza showing a lot of intent. And at the end of the first over, Westside are 3-for-1.
Bowling from the city end, Wallace Mbayo, slow left-arm spinner. Starts with a juicy out volley. It's been driven for 4 by Kevin Kasuza, the leading run scorer, Larry.
Yeah.
How well has he played?
He's been incredible. I will always make reference to that 71 or 14, but when he played against Lions, he made 56 of 34. So he's certainly been one who, has been very impressive.
Yes.
I think there's something that when Dave Houghton was appointed as the national coach, just have a look at that. He said the results do not reflect the quality of the cricket domestically, and the results do not reflect what is happening on the ground. And he's come in to show that a lot of these guys are much better players than they are, and they are much better players than the results. And it starts at this level. And for me, what do they call them? Streaky runs? Lucky runs. He edges it.
Edge, exactly, yeah.
First slip was in place, but first slip was somewhere between first slip and second slips. You can see the keeper, Madande, tell him to stand a little bit finer.
Yeah.
So it just went between the keeper and
About.
Kasuza will take those runs.
Looking at the stats here, Kasuza has had 4 innings. He's sitting on 255 runs, averaging 127, striking at 217.
That's just incredible. How many innings is that?
4 innings.
4 innings at 217. And at the moment, today, he's going at 100. So you'll say by his standards he's slow. 12 after 2 overs. Brad Evans taking his second over.
about
Wow.
good line and length.
Kevin Kasuza showing respect
Yeah,
to the bowler. Something, like you said earlier, that Tarisam Sakanda, who earlier this season played for Nortonians,
yeah.
we have some interesting records that they had this season. It was a match that bowled out for 19 or something like that. But
And the other game, I think they got bought out for 40, 42. And the other one 70 odd. So
But
they're a really,
different season.
yeah. But I
what
guess that's how you learn. And as you were speaking about earlier, Zoom Cricket has organized a lot of games. I think there's also a T10 league that's going to be coming. And then if guys are playing, you only get experience from being out there.
You can't learn cricket in the nets.
Definitely you can't. How about good hard back of a length by Brad Evans, but giving Kevin Kasuza the room to free his arms. Yeah, obviously you won't become obviously nets are there for practice, but obviously if you play games, if you get it as a ball, if you get it for a 4, you know that if you need for a 4, if you need for a 6. But in the nets, if someone hits you, you just say, no, that's straight to the fielder. But if, in a game, it's a true reflection.
You can see one thing I like about Brad Evans' action, he bowls as close to the stumps as possible.
Yeah, he's got a really, really good action. Really, really good action.
But Clash Tuba obviously doesn't care much about his action. It's just hit that. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Beautiful pull shot. And one thing that I've seen a lot of Zimbabwean players they're no longer scared of the short ball. I know there was a time that you look at players started inventing shots.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know how to. You've seen Sekanda Raza.
Wow. That's a serious ball. That's a jam of a ball. Wow. It's good bowling by Brad Evans. That took off, Larry?
That's
really
actually
took off.
Yeah. And what he's done there is almost frightened the batter. And that's one for the over if you're thinking, was there an...
Wow. And also the bat come down the track also. Wow. Good battle out there.
That's cricket.
Yeah. Let's see the follow-up now. Pull shot.
Let's go. Is he going to get to it? Well saved. Just get a bit too off that ball, but a decent over. Just 7 runs off that over, and Westside at 19 for 1. Kevin Kasuza.
Yeah, that's a really, really good shot by Kevin Kasuza. Wallace Mbayo just pitching one shot there, being pulled away. Earlier on, Larry, we were talking about Ali Hamid. He's the second highest run getter.
And let's just have a look at this. Mbaiwa. Oh, are we going to have one of those Kevin Kasuza type of disc, because he's just a man who's faced so few balls, He's seeing it like a beach ball.
Oh, Kasuza is going to chase this down. Obviously, chasing 170, you gotta have a goal first up. First power play is always the most important thing. They can be maybe 40 odd for one after the first power play. They have a really good chance of winning the game. And also, if Kevin Kasuda has been their main guy and he's the leading run scorer, if he bets to the last over, they're definitely winning the game.
What am I thinking? They've got to find somebody who's going to have the sort of innings that you got from
Clive Madande.
Clive Madande,
Yeah.
as well as Ali Hamid. That's strong eye. He's not going to get to it in terms of catching it, but
So Ali, he has had a really good tournament. He's the second highest run getter. As you see there, Kevin Kasuza hitting a nice cover drive for 4 runs. Good shot. Back on Ali, he scored 239 runs, 6 innings, averaging 47, striking it at 125.
decent. Pretty good. The sort of innings that you'd want to watch.
Shot.
Side, it stopped. One thing that Kevin Kasuza is, I think he's really improved on is the cover drive, and at the end of the 4th over, Westside Cricket Club are 34 for 1.
Kosla Tunungu, bowling from the Gulf Coast end. See a bowling change there. I really like Kosla Tunungu. He's got serious energies. Top energies, top fella also, top block. And he's got decent wheels also.
Absolutely.
Let's see how Kevin Kasuza is going to negotiate him.
Oh, that is just a beautiful shot. Any day of the week, I'm taking that.
Kasuza now striking at 150. He's going to catch up soon on his overall strike rate.
How beautiful is that? He just leans into it and places it between
Shot fine.
short, fine leg, and there's no chance.
Big swing and a miss there by Kevin Kasuza.
So if you're Nungo, do you try that shot again, that delivery again, in case he goes for that shot and misses it?
You see, the thing is, with T20 cricket, you don't have to be predictable. Like, if he's thinking of bowling that delivery again, Kevin will be waiting for it. So I think for me, he's got to change up. Change up. About full and straight. See what I'm talking about? Apart from the 4 that is That was it. The first ball, I think, his comeback call, because Latinungu. The 2 balls is bowled well. I think with bowling, it's all about knowing the right channel that you got to bowl, the area that you need to bowl, and knowing the batsman that you're bowling to also. How well he plays, where he's strong. Shot put away. Down to deep square. Tashingam secure, covering well there.
A fine day to come and watch some cricket here at Harare Sports Club. Just come through. Probably got about another hour, 20 minutes of cricket. Unless these guys bat like a bat out of hell.
Definitely. Shot. Good fielding, good fielding. Good cricket out. Good cricket all round.
Absolutely. And I think what these, what Kevin Kasuza and Clive Chitumba have done that Lions failed to do was when there was decent bowling in the first 5 overs, in the power play really, what they did is that they, with the Lions guys kept trying to hit the ball for
exactly,
4s or 6s. These guys have some good running into the wickets.
Rotating the strike, yeah. It's the key thing. It's always the key thing. End of the 5th over. Westside are now 41 for 1.
Really wonderful start, chasing this Lions score, and it's been Kevin Kasuza has been the dominant partner. He's on 32. Look really, really good. Clive Chatumba has played really well for his 8.
Darlington, in terms of development, how well has this academy thing done?
I think we're going to see a couple of really interesting players coming through this. I think I heard you and Larry talking about Ali Akbar Hamid. I think he's a good prospect as an opening batter.
Yeah.
I like this guy Macheka. I think genuine, like, quick bowler. And I've also liked Nkosilati Nungu. I think he's going to be special. I think we were just talking off air that there's stuff about him that reminds me a little bit of Kemar Roach. He's got something about him that is in
Caribbean
that sort
guy,
of doesn't really run in hard. Has almost, sort of ambles up to the crease, but bowls quite a nice pace.
Shot over the top. Has catches, but the fielder couldn't get it. 4 runs for Kevin Kasuza. So for me, I think if this academy can run like maybe the whole year and it happens annually, we get an intake every year. I think it will help the development of the game.
And I think it's also important that even as players graduate, they don't really leave the academy for at least another 2 years.
Okay.
Because I think you do a lot of the work through that academy year in the academy. But there's also a lot of work that players then go play for whatever first-class cricket or Pro 50 cricket or T20. And then there's still things they might need to come back and correct.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Because I don't think that you get everything 100% right in the first year.
Okay,
So
definitely.
you need to make sure that you have them access to those players, I think for 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years, okay.
So that you get things right, 100% right over 3 years is much easier, I think, for me than to get things 100% right in 1 year. So I think it's...
Fair point.
and that's a beautiful delivery. Macheka, I like the way he runs in and really looks to hit the deck hard.
Yeah. Pretty good bowler.
And his length has been quite good. It's not too full, neither has been too short. He's been just about right, just about really, really good length. Kevin Kasuza had to play a good shot to get a boundary off that first delivery, or the second delivery of this over. Wasn't a freebie.
Definitely
That's
not.
what I like. Quicks who have this attitude about them.
Yeah, challenging the batsman. Always challenge. As a bowler, always challenge the batsman. Or bowled. That's a good ball. But you see what we're talking about, Darlington? You see, that's a good ball. But what did Clive Chichimba do over there? He turned the good ball into a single run.
That's actually absolutely right. And the thing about him, it's really, really good batting technique.
Yeah.
What he's done is he let the ball come hit the bat.
Exactly.
So it stops dead, and then you've got a single, especially if you've got that angle square on the wicket on the offside. Suddenly you've got a good, an easy way to get singles. And I think he's almost a perfect foil for the way that Kevin Kasuza has played.
Yeah,
because
exactly, yeah.
Having somebody who's just batting, rotating the strike well. Okay. And that's the wicket of Kasuza, and Macheka strikes. And 47 for 2, and Kevin Kasuza departs for 37 of 27 and 47 for 2.
Of course, Latinungu continue from the Gulf Coast end. Ton's favorite, West Indies look-alike.
Absolutely. I really like that. For me, I like Quicks, who really look to hit the deck hard, really looking to get in and attack a batter.
Yeah.
I think it's the way that international cricket is being played, particularly white ball cricket. If you don't have the ability to knock guys over or take wickets somehow, you can really be punished. And that, for me, is quite a good bouncer. And that's a horrible bit of fielding.
That's horrible fielding. You went with one hand. Why? Basis of cricket, always go with two hands.
Two hands, absolutely.
Basis of cricket.
So that brings up the 50 for Westside Cricket Club. They're 51 for 2. And sixth, and this is the 7th over. Going at a very, very nice rate. Current run rate is 8.27. Not far from the 8.67 they require to win this game.
White ball. You have to reload that Koslati. Extras is not what you need, Darlington.
No, absolutely not. And it's just that a little bit excited he's getting, I think. Looking to bowl, to me, what looked like a Yorker.
Yeah.
And just lost his shape a little
Lost
bit.
his shape, yeah. You can see by his release there. Kind of falling over. About. Take it down to third man for one. About well played.
That for me is the length he's got to be looking to bowl the majority of his balls.
Yeah.
So I really would like to see batters who can consistently hit that length to the boundary. Because if you can find somebody like that who can consistently hit that one safely to the boundary, he should be picked to be for your national team. But I don't think you find many batsmen who can do that at this level.
Not definitely. You can only negotiate with that. You can't hit that to the boundary all the time. Shot.
It's good work from Brad Evans. He's had to come quite a long way to his right. And initially, when Sauramba had hit that one, I thought that was going to be two.
Yeah.
But Brad Evans has come quite a long way and has quite a good arm. Keeps that down to just the one.
As I was talking earlier, I think fielding wins games all the time. Field well, catch well, better chance of winning the game.
And again, we see him lose his shape. Gusilati Nungu. Sometimes that left arm doesn't get into the right place, doesn't get high and straight enough. That's where you find him, see him bowling wide down leg side. Usually, when your left arm doesn't work properly, you're wide down leg side and full, or short and wide outside off. It's usually the combination that shows you that a bowler is not using that left arm. That's a nice shape, and again, you see immediately it hits the bat differently, doesn't it?
Good. That's the length you'll be always looking to bowl. Obviously with T20 you got to be changing up. Obviously mainly full and straight, hard back of a length. You got to be able to vary it well. Your change-ups have to be always good. Short cut to the sweeper.
Misfield. They think about the second. Really well recovered.
End of the 7th over. Westside now 57 for 2. Kudama Cheka continue from the city end. So 2 quicks operating in tandem. You like quick bowlers there? Are you just speaking about quick bowlers? You love them, huh?
Well, for me, it's a good couple of quicks.
It's a good shot.
Beautiful shot.
Really good shot. Really waited for it, and really good technique to hit it to the leg side.
As we were just talking about quicks. For me, when you look at when you're watching international cricket, you notice that the sides that do well usually have 2 or 3
Quick bowlers.
quick bowlers. So you just look at Hassan Ali and
Shaheen Shah.
Afridi for Pakistan. Then Australia have
Stark.
Mitchell Stark, Hazelwood, and Pat Cummins. And then Afghanistan were here recently, had Farouk. They had 3 quicks of their own, and they can be really useful. Even if you have in conditions that are very spin friendly, 2 really good quicks can actually be quite a handful.
Definitely.
Once they've understood the lengths, because every place you play is going to have different lengths and different plans for bowling.
Yeah.
But if they can understand those plans and lengths and execute them well, they can be a handful anywhere you take them in the world.
Exactly, yeah. Definitely.
And so it's just so important to have, I think, a stable for me if you're looking to pick a national team, to have about 10 or 12 guys, that 135 plus range to pick from can be very, very useful, because what it also does, it creates a nice level of competition, and that's a beautiful delivery. So for me, those are the things that make me love fast bowling, because that there was clearly a chance. Saramba has not quite, just arrived at the crease, not quite got the pace of the wicket, and that bouncer has just got a faint inside edge. The keeper wasn't able to get to, and it's just things like that that make quality fast bowlers so useful.
Definitely. That really rushed him.
And then, and so for me, what we are doing, like Zimbabwe has been doing, we've got a couple of really interesting spinners in the circuit at the moment. And I think they complement. If you get, we saw Brandon Malvuta got back into the national team setup. We've seen Ainsley Ndlovu's back. And then we've also seen Ryan Bill bowl very well against Afghanistan. Skandar Raza has been useful. And then we saw Malcolm Score has done very well in the NPL for Gladiators. So
there's also a guy from must be BAC, I think, Tanatswa Bechani.
There we go. That's right. Yes.
Left arm spinner has also done well. He's actually the leading wicket taker with 11 wickets. It's an average of 7.36, economy 4.5. That's really good in T20.
T20, yes. And so, as I said, if you get those combinations correct, where you know
John Masada also.
John Masada. So in certain games you've got 3 quicks and 2 spinners, and then in other games you've got 3 spinners and 2 quicks. And then suddenly
depending on the conditions.
On the conditions, that's right. And then if conditions are really, really skewed for quick bowlers, you might have 4 quicks and one of your batters to bowl. And that's a wicket, and well-earned wicket for Macheka, and he gets his second. Westside Cricket Club are now 64 for 3.
Incoming batsman Donald Tiripano.
I like this idea. Kosilati Nungu's getting his third. I think it's an understanding that another wicket, if you could break this partnership before it really gets going between Tiripano and Chitumba, then Lions are in a really, really strong position.
Yeah. From the looks of things, the Westside batting lineup looks to be a bit thin for me, Darlington, with Tiripano coming in at 5.
I think you need one more batter before you get into your all-rounders.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a really experienced cricketer, and he's done well in all forms of cricket in Zimbabwe. And that's him off the mark. A little streaky. Ideally, you do want to have one more batter.
Definitely, yeah.
Before your all-rounder start
Before
coming in.
Comes in, yeah. Because if he's coming in at 5 now, it means the next batsman is not really a batsman. About good bowling by Latinunga there. Clive Chumba, the in batsman now, 22 of 14.
That's also a really strike rate.
See the change-ups by Kosilati there. Back of a length, slow ball. Previous ball was that back of a length. See, not becoming predictable.
Been very impressive. As Nungu, very impressive. There's some small things that need to be panel beaten, really get polished, fine-tuned.
Yeah.
And I think also a little bit of conditioning issues.
Definitely.
You could get a little bit of, let's say, some muscle mass on that body.
Gym work.
And then just really get that run up a little smoother. It's going to be something really useful.
With Clive Chumba being the last recognized batsman, how do you think he should play now?
I don't think he's got much to change. It's just, I think the key thing is just to bat until the 20th over. And as long as
take it deep overs, yeah.
That's right. As long as you don't get too far behind the run required, just batting to the end of the game,
you always have a chance.
You have a chance, and I think he's been striking it quite nicely.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he's got a boundary, but that at this moment is not really a problem.
And besides the wide that was bowled by Nkosilati first ball, Pisova has been decent, been pretty good. It's only conceded 5 runs with the wide. It's a really good over by Nkosilati Nungu. At the end of the 9th over, Westside are now 69 for 3.
So bowling change from the City end, Jonathan Campbell. This is the first bit of spin we've seen in this game, if I'm correct.
No. Wallace bowled.
Wallace
Wallace opened the bowling from the...
Did open the bowling. It's a leg spinner. And a little bit of turn immediately for Jonathan Campbell. Normally, I think he bowls off spinners. It was a little leg spinner.
Yeah, I've seen when he's bowling to a left-hander, he bowls off his mainly, especially to someone who really hits the ball. Good start by him so far. 2 dot balls. T20 cricket now, it's all about how many dot balls you get to bowl. Like in an over, if you can get at least 2 or 3 dot balls, you'll be doing well.
And no boundaries.
And no boundaries, exactly, yeah.
That should just be 2 runs. this is a very important little phase of the game.
Yeah.
So, Lions want to keep this as tight as possible. No boundaries.
Good shot, driven down to long off for one. Livestream are really playing a sensible inning here. The umpire telling the fielder not to throw the ball on the wicket. That's the off spin you'll be talking about.
That's it, yeah.
It's good variation, good variation.
This is a useful over so far. There's 4 from it. As he finishes well. Very, very useful. And that's an appeal for LBW, but it's probably sliding down the leg side. At the end of the 10th, 73 for 3. .8. So 110 is basically 10 and over is basically required for Westside Cricket Club to win this. And joining me, replacing Kudamunyede, is Larry Kurirai. We've seen Clive Chitumba so far just play beautifully.
Donald to final at 5, your thoughts?
Kuda was just talking about that. I think they just the suggestion that Westside might be short a batter here, and so a wicket here could really change the nature of this game. Because at the moment, I think Westside Cricket Club are favourites to win this game.
No, not Lions.
Still for me, Westside Cricket Club, you've got, Lions that is, actually. Lions, you've got a man in on 30 odd. And he's looked good, his Clive Chitumba. And the experience of Tony Tiripano at the crease. You have to, if you're a betting man, I think you'd have to bet that Chitumba and Tiripano are going to take this one home.
Should be an interesting one because it's 90 odd of the last 10 overs. And Marshall Takoza is the captain, is currently bowling.
There's a call for 2 immediately. That's been hit, and that's very, very good running.
So far, would you say are your stand-up performances in this match?
And that's the chance, perhaps. Falls just short of Brad Evans at long on.
Certainly a chance there, possibly. If you're Takoza, do you get excited about that he's willing to take you on and possibly give you a chance?
You see the nature of shots that they're playing to Takoza just suggest, for me, belief that this is the man that they need to go after. We've seen a lot of off-spinners who don't really turn the ball around the wicket and create an angle that makes it very difficult to go over the leg side, which is where most batters will be looking to hit an off-spinner. And I think if he can just get a few in the right places, he could actually cause some problems here. In the right places, I mean around about there. That's a nice over from Takoza. The end of the 11th, 79 for 3. Jonathan Campbell to continue from the City end. He started well. Just 4 from his first over. Kudo and I were talking earlier about a lack of boundaries. It's been nearly 6 overs since the last boundary. And we saw a couple of shots that suggested that batters out there are starting to feel the pressure. Here's another one. This time, it's Clive Chitumba. Last overs, Tiripano's had a couple of heaves, looking over long on.
Very, very disciplined bowling from Lions, I'll say. An academy that is run by former Zimbabwe captain in the form of Gumbura. Good to see him giving back and really helping to nurture the next generation of talent. Let's put together this, and I think for me that's what's been the success of this team this season. And as Donald Tiripano says, well, young man, I've been doing this for a little bit longer than you. 6. Absolutely no chance for Brad Evans over at long on.
So, Westside Cricket Club have just passed the halfway mark in terms of runs required. Ownership is now 22 and 9.8. I'll just say 10, easier to calculate. 10 runs and over to win the game. And that, for me, means a boundary every over. And if Donald Tiripano and Clive Chitumba can do that, they should take this one quite easily. Mind you, a boundary every over is bowling has been good enough that it's been quite difficult so far. Desperate appeal for RBW from Jonathan. I think that might have probably pitched outside leg stump. Just from shape. Donald Tiripano shot. And that's the wide. Clive Chitumba takes a quick single. Lande has not been able to pull that in. Another expensive from Jonathan Campbell, this one has been. It's probably going to fall into wide open spaces. And just the single to end the 12th over, 91 for 3. 90. Captain Takodza is going to continue from the golf course end.
Had a decent over, didn't he?
He did, definitely. Just the 6 from it. That's enough gap from Donald Tiripano. Sorry, that's Clive Chitumba. And that's a really good shot. Splits long on and cow. We're talking about a boundary and over. And they've got it. First ball of this over. Looked for that gap again, didn't quite get the same contact, and the misfield allows them to come back from the second. Just too short of the 100. Westside Cricket Club. Again, another misfield at backward point. Allows Donald Tiripano to get through for a scampered single. Huge hit.
Absolutely humongous hit. But too short. And Donald Tiripano perishes. He's gone. Attempting to take this match away. Brad Evans completing the catch of the bowling of Masha Takota, and he's gone for 12. And a wicket. Westside Cricket Club at 99 for 4. Coming in now is Tinashe Mushawaya after the departure of Donovan. The catch taken by Jonathan Campbell.
99-4.
And we got ourselves a match here. Have a look at that, and maybe felt he could have lifted. Might have gone, wide.
And then another misfield.
And another misfield.
Brings up the 100 for Westside Cricket Club. 101 for 4 in the 13th over. And they're still in a strong position. As Clive Chitumba is batting 40 of 29. The strike rate, if he can see this through to the end, you have to think that Westside.
Much building there.
So at the end of the 13th, it's 101 for 4. It's Tashinga Msekiwa for the first time. A little less pace than the Quicksilver ball today, but he's, for me, the wiliest of the lot. We're going to see changes of pace, clever changes of pace, bowls 2 or 3 different slower balls. One out of the back of the hand that looks like a leg spinner, another one looks like an off spinner. Bowls quite a decent bouncer. A lot quicker than everything else that he bowls. I think that his is going to be the spell that will probably decide this match. If he has his way, or if he's allowed to have his way. Good enough start, just the 2 singles from it. Can just find a dot in between these singles and no boundaries, you would have done very, very well. But a width. And very good hit. That's a sensational shot from Chawaya. Was a bad ball, but still you've got to play a quality shot to get it away, and that's exactly what Muchawaya did. He's taking the fight, definitely taking the fight to the Lions. It's a nice change of pace. Well played from Muchawaya, just gets the single from it. So already 7 from this over. 63 from 38 balls. Shouldn't be very difficult. It all depends, I think, on man taking strike now, Clive Chitumba.
Also down to how many wickets you lose.
Oh, he's going to feel he's missed out. Brad Evans. Chance for a run out. And Clive Chitumba's done really well to get back in here. Had to dive to complete the run. just one of those runouts that you think if we had DRS, direct referral system here, might have gone to the fielding side. But to the naked eye, it was really close. And benefit of the doubt has to go to the batters if there's any uncertainty. I think it's been a very good umpiring decision. At the end of the 14th, 111 for 4. Another bowling change. That's a good one, I think. Doesn't start very well. Does Macheka. Starts with a wide down leg side. Chawaya should be annoyed with himself. The fielder's on the boundary behind square. If he had gotten something on that, it would have been probably 4. And again, he's missed his line. Keeping error. And it's 5 runs. 1 for the wide and 1 for the boundary. And Macheka is suddenly very expensive. Already 6 gone from his bowling, and he's yet to bowl a delivery.
It's a bit strange, don't you think?
It's almost as if he's like having some kind of difficulty. You see Brad Evans, who's probably the senior of the bowlers here, having played some international cricket, young in his international cricketing career. Just having a word with Macheka. See, ball has probably been lost. So we're just going to pause our commentary for a little bit until that ball is either changed or replaced. See you in a little bit. Really good work again from Clive. But it's going to get the 2 for that. And finally, Macheka gets a legitimate delivery. So it's 8 runs scored. And just one ball bowled. Clive Chitumba now is 1 hit away. 50. 46 of 34 delivery. Really nice strike rate. And that's a good slower bouncer from Macheka. Just the one from it.
Talked earlier on about how Westside needed someone who could put on an innings like Clive Madande had, and I think they found that in Clive Chitumba.
Well, maybe I think, but actually what's going to be required of Chitumba is very different. He's going to have to finish this game. He's got to bat until the end of this game if Westside are going to be guaranteed a win. If he doesn't do it, then Mchawaya has to finish off this match. He has to be the last man at the end of the game. Immediately he calls 2, does Clive Chitumba, misfield, deep point boundary, allows him to come back. 49. Okay. Forgive me, that was actually Mchawaya who hit that one. He's on 8 or 4. He's played quite well. That's off the thigh pad probably. It just feels like a really, really long over. Only 4 balls bowled. 11 so far. I guess the 2 wides to start this one off.
Reminiscent of Prosper Mugeri's over.
Yeah, and then the period where we had a lost ball and fielded looking for it. And Jawaya immediately calls 2. Both batsmen get back really comfortably.
Very interesting intent there from the batters, because the moment they do runs, that puts pressure on the fielding side to collect and throw, and the margin for error becomes a lot smaller.
It's really good cricket from these 2 so far.
Just wait for Chitumba. Could get to his half century here.
That's well done.
And that's it. Gets to his half century. In the first half century PL final T20 blast. His 50th just come off 37 balls. And at the end of the 15th over, it's 126 for 4. Joining me now is Kunam Yede. It's Clive Chitumba. We'll just go to 50. Moves on to 54.
But Evans, a really good fielder, but I don't really know what happened there. Less of concentration, you might say, or pressure. Oh, I don't know.
Combination of both is possible.
Wow. Westside have actually got back really in a good position to win the game.
And that goes
That's a really good shot by Clive Chitumba.
a nice slap shot.
Nice slap shot, a pull shot.
I think Westside are the club that is the club that is believing at the moment.
Well, I think it's all about the situation you're in all the time. I think when the Lions were also batting, I think they had the same energy, which Westside has now. So, what a shot. Driven straight, 4 runs. What a shot. Wow.
Clive Chitumba, after getting to his 50, a lot of people after getting to the 50 get a bit cautious, trying to say, okay, I've gotten here, let me build. Is it 4s in a row of the bowling of Tashinga Msekiwa? Suddenly Tashinga Msekiwa is going at 14.67, and that required run rate is plummeted. Current run rate is now 7.33. Current run rate is now 8.90. 33 of 27 balls is the simpler way to put it.
Yeah. Talking of energy, you're saying the West Side, there's energy now. I think naturally, Larry, as you see Clive Shumba pushing the ball into the mid-wicket region there, pushing it back, coming for 2. That's really good running. It's really changed the game. I was going to say, talking about energy, Larry, I think naturally also in life, when things are going well for you, you have the right energies. How do we cope with that? Like, naturally, when things are not going well, we all like, I don't know that. How do we deal with it?
Well, good begets good. I suppose if you do good things and you feel it's being rewarded, then you have less fear to do more good things.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to do good things and you're edging it, in this instance, edging it, and you're losing, chances, then your enthusiasm is reduced.
Definitely. Been a big over so far, Larry. 3 4s.
It's been 17 off this over.
Wow.
And now they're 141 for 4. Of 24 balls is what West need to be crowned the inaugural champions of the NPL T20 Blast. And I don't know, Lions will be very disappointed with their fielding today.
Really, they've, I think, about 3 or 4 misfields, and the ball ended up going to the boundary. I think I was with Darlington in the comment box earlier on when I was talking about fielding being a really big factor in cricket now, especially in white ball cricket. If you're a really good fielding side, you've got high chances of winning a game. So when you say you're a really good fielding side, it's all about you take your catches, you take your run-outs, and you stop the singles in the circle, you stop the boundaries. That's a complete fielding side. And
do you think, on a different note, do you think Marshall Takoza has missed out a bit here? Because Brad Evans is on 2 overs when, and he kept bowling guys who were getting hit for quite a bit, and doing the conservative thing of keeping his best bowlers for the end. At some point, maybe a little bit of streetwise culture.
As we see, you're talking about Bud Evans. His first 2 balls is really ball ball. That's a really, really good yorker. They can do about that. Even Liam Livingston can't hit that.
That's going to be wide.
Yeah, as you're saying, I think obviously captaincy is really not an easy thing, and I wouldn't say he has missed the trick, but for me, I think the fielding has cost them. The fielding has really cost them.
Clive Magdande not having a great day. Did well with the bat, but he looked to the spilt ball for the possible run out.
Possible run out, yeah.
And even just there,
Giving buys.
there were 4. Well, there was a wide that went for a 4. That's 5
Five
extras.
yeah.
So
Plus that one just recently. That's all about. Good shot. Wow, that's a really good shot. First, I'd say that's jeez.
that's an excellent shot there.
Yeah, it is. White ball caught by the umpire. Rod Evans, you have to reload that one, brother. Wow.
He looks a bit shocked, doesn't he? But
Yeah.
it definitely was wild.
Yeah, wide. I think he's just trying to get into the head of the umpire. Just trying to be smart. We all do that at some point in time. That's well bowled. That's really good bowling.
Some really brilliant bowling there.
Brilliant bowling.
Just not sure.
Wow, that's really good bowling. That's what you need in the death over. Sneak the stump, I think. Hit for 1 to cover. And the 17th over, Westside now 149 for 4.
In the previous over, one of the last deliveries of that over, the last delivery went for was a dot ball.
Yeah.
Just interesting response there from Brad Evans.
For someone who has played for the national team, you don't really go for that.
And this is And that sort of indiscipline when you go to the higher levels, it sort of gives you unnecessary demerit points.
Yeah.
And obviously, match referee is going to want to have a word with him.
Losing out some percentage of his match fees there.
But back to the cricket. 3 more overs to go. And 22 runs. Just some excellent running between the wickets from Westside.
Really good running.
Certainly
Really good running.
Shown a lot of intent. 22 runs needed from 17. As 150 comes as 151 for 4 for Westside cricket. Coming all the way from Mutare.
Would be a really good thing for them to win. Huh?
They won
Trip back home will be very nice for them if they win. So bought by Nkosilati, but well negotiated by Muchawaya.
They won the Manicaland, or was it Mutare T20 tournament recently. So they'll be adding this. There's the Africa Day from which they won the T20 tournament. So they'll look at this and say, hey, look, we're building up to this one.
Yeah. I think Muchawaya has really played a handy inning, yeah. Betting around Clive Chitumba, who's sitting on 65 for 45. Muchawaya now 17 off 11. He's really played a good role. Chance in the deep. Jonathan Kembo under it. Oh. That really adds to the misery of the Lions fielding today, Larry.
That's just maybe just a little bit inexperienced. That one is a difficult one. I don't think he actually ever got to it. But ultimately, you've just seen a bit of indiscipline. We saw it even in the bowling. The last over was symptomatic of that. But what you want is focus. And I think you're in an academy setup, it's difficult to have that sort of setup. But
Another
chance. And he's got him. Massive celebration from Kosladi Nungu, who gets the wicket of Ashim Muchawaya. And the wicket falling there by Bright Speedy. And Westside at 150 for 4. So 14 balls to go. The target is still 171. 16 runs needed. 6.86 is a required run rate, but of course 16 out of 14 needed. The man in form, Clive Chitumba, is still there, facing the batting, facing the bowling rather, and he slaps that. Shouldn't make it for 4. Well,
Good fielding by Kudama Cheka. They're down in the deep. Anyways, we're talking about the field. I think for me, obviously, you said the previous one, which Jonah Campbell didn't get to, but I think in these pressure situations, you gotta the opportunities you gotta get them. That's what makes the huge difference.
But that said, I guess you could sit on that's out.
And the man from Clive Tumba has been run out.
And the finger goes up.
Goes out for 67 or 46 balls.
Could we have a thriller? We have a twist in the tail here?
Definitely, definitely.
Ball wide, goal.
We've got ourselves a game of cricket here with 2 overs to go, 18 overs being completed, 158 for 6. A strange attempt at a second run there. And Brad Evans comes back for a final over. It's bowled very well, just 17 runs off his 3 overs. And as captain would be saying, more of the same or even better. With 2 new batters, both yet to face a ball and both yet to score. Ideal if you're Lions in this particular set of circumstances.
Definitely. But you never know, Larry, you never know. Cricket is a funny game.
And as funny as they go, just one, the one ball that's been faced straight to the fielder.
Straight to the fielder.
And nerves start kicking in a little bit. If the next ball goes for a 4, then the nerves are a little bit better. But if it doesn't, just gets a little bit tighter, gets a little bit desperate.
Let's see how Prosper Gary is going to look to play this one from Brad Evans.
And some excellent bowling there from Brad Evans. I don't know if he's decided that he's going to take this one home, give his team a chance of winning this. And you're wondering why that wasn't given a wide. He stepped out quite wide to the leg side. And just the one there. Gary probably the less confident.
Yeah.
Gets a leg by off that. But 1 run off 3 balls. If your Marshall Takodza is like more of the same, if they can limit it to less than 3, probably even 3 runs in the next.
Yeah. How do you think Victor Nyauchi is going to play this one?
He's a hitter. He
He's gonna
sees
try
the ball and he hits it. So if you're Brad Evans, Yorker, that's it. And he's gone.
Bowled him. Top of off stump. Just snaked the ball. Victor Nyauchi out for 0. Westside now 159 for 7.
The next batter coming in is the captain, John Masara, and suddenly Westside, from looking very, very comfortable to the shoe in to win this. 12 off 8 is still a healthy position to be in, but it's the wickets column that they'll be worried about. And if something comes here...
And trust me, John Masara is actually not a bad batsman. He actually started his career as a batsman. So let's... Oh.
That's given us a wide. And Brad Evans showing a little bit more dissent there. And umpires.
Good game here, Larry. Game on our hands.
An excellent game on our hands. Brad Evans bowls his final ball of the bit. So far, a very good over, just a 4 off it so far. Whatever the context of the match, it's a very good over.
That would be shout. Umpire not interested.
And going into the final over, they're going to need 8 off the last balls. Don't go away. We have a thriller here, and there is interest from both sides. Wow, the captain has got himself in a bit of a bother here. Probably would have preferred Brad Evans bowl that final over, but I suppose you can give your best bowler sometimes a penultimate over.
Definitely,
And now Tashinga Msekiozi received a bit of tap. Or rather, it's Kudamacheka. And he's been going at 9 and over. He will need to go for less than that.
You will need to.
Because the required runs are 8 off the last 6 balls.
See, that's what pressure does to you, Larry. Captain forgetting that he's one of the premier bowlers that finishes overs. Finals and pressure. Oh, we see another meeting by the team now.
A bit of a congregation. Probably also gets into the heads of the batters. Not sure if that's on purpose.
Yeah, cutting down on the momentum.
But when you really think about this, this is sort of thing you should have figured out. If this, as the captain, you should know at this point that this is what I have in my stock.
Exactly.
It seems as if he doesn't. And psychologically, that could embolden the Westside Cricket Club batters. Those guys don't necessarily know what they're doing. So we could have a go here. Or the reverse could happen. The batting side could think, well, they don't know what they're doing. It's silly.
Here we go, Larry.
And my checker, probably not expected to bowl the last over. What do you bowl here?
Well, what do they need? 9, 8, 9.
8 of the last 6
8
balls.
of the last. Wow.
6 balls, rather.
You just gotta go full and straight, Larry. To be honest, if you pitch the ball here, the batter is just gonna look to swing. So, like how Brad Evans bowled the previous over, bowling Yorkers, that you need to do.
Attempting a 2 over there, and they'll get. And that's what happens when you listen to the crowd outside calling for 2. There was never 2 there. Not a chance of 2. If they'd taken that 1 run.
That's 163 for 8.
Well, Westside are imploding here. Vincent Masekesa has come in. A couple of run-outs when looking really comfortable. Not sure why they ran for the second, Kuda.
I don't know. Hoping to win the game, taking a risk.
Vincent Masekesa hits that. Is he going to run for a second?
No, they turn it down.
And the small crowd here is emboldened, is excited by what's happening, agitated by some. It's a thriller here outside the Harare Sports Club. So you see the crowd there is excited. The player bringing excitement of this NPL T20 Blast final. Kudama Cheka against Lions or rather against the Westside Cricket Club at the moment. Vincent Masekesa and Prosper Mugeri holds the destiny of this first ever NPL T20 Blast in their hands.
But to be honest, Larry, we've been excited.
Absolutely.
We've been excited. That's what we call for finals. That's what we want in finals.
Classic finals that go into folklore. And for the fans that are here, they'll be like, I was there. Or they go for a second. And he's out. Another run out. Incredibly naive running by Westside. Absolutely capitulating here at Harare Sports Club when they had the game clasped in their hands, when they had one hand on the trophy, when it was theirs to lose.
They have lost it by themselves.
They have decided that they would hand it over to the youthful exuberance of Lions, who now stands at the point where they could claim the first ever NPL T20 Blast final. Clive Madande, we spoke earlier about him not collecting well for a possible run out. Well, Clive Chitumba earlier, but certainly has.
He's brought himself back.
He's brought himself back into the record and redeemed himself.
Definitely.
But there's still 3 balls to go. Anything can still happen.
Three balls.
But I've seen Tendai Chatara play some interesting innings for Zimbabwe, so still a lot to be done here. Oh, just clips his pads as the crowd goes wild. Just clips his pads. 2 more balls. The destiny of the NPL T20 Blast final, the first NPL T20 Blast final in Zimbabwe. 2 balls will decide the destiny of this cup. And 1 ball will decide the destiny of this cup. 4 runs, I beg your pardon, needed off the last ball.
Wow.
4 runs needed off the last ball, barring a wide or a no ball. Essentially a legal delivery. Kudama Cheke, your namesake.
Yeah.
Could write his name into history here. And the fans are chanting. And Kudama Cheka, could he make history here? And he has. And we have a winner. Lions have been crowned the winners of the LT20 Cup.
Lions have done it. Well done to the young boys. Enthusiastic, so much energy. Well done to Elton Chigumbra and his team. Really good work they've done.
And they have it. How?
As you can see there, Lions are celebrating. Really good signs, really good views we're seeing now. What a game it was. What a game it was. We've really been thrilled.
Absolutely treated to an amazing game of cricket. Lions have won the match by 3 runs, and incredibly, that's the number of runs they beat Westside by in the group stage. Lions have been scored 170 for 7 in their 20 overs, buoyed by a great performance from Clive Madande with 46 of 30, Ali Hamid with 33 of 23, and Jonathan Campbell making 21 of 18, and useful runs at the end, 17 of 8 by Nkosilani Ndungu and Brad Evans, 10 of 6. The bowling of Chatara was 3 for 10, brilliant bowling there, 2 for 28 from Donald Tiripano, 1 for 36 for Tinashe Muchawaya and John Masara with 1 for 21. And Kudab, you can take us through what happened in the innings that was for Westside.
Yeah, Clive Chitumba playing there of 68 of 47. Kevin Kasuza 7 of 28. Apart from that, none other really did well. Tinashe Muchawaya with a handy 19 of 18. Then with the bowling, Brad Evans bowling 4 overs for 20 runs, 2 wickets. Kudama Cheka bowling the penalty over, bowling 4 overs for 31 with 2 wickets.
And that's it. Congratulations to the winners, the inaugural T20 Blast final. That is the team that is called Lions Academy. Congratulations to them. They have beaten the Westside Cricket from Mutare by 3 runs Keep following the Zimbabwe Cricket YouTube page for live cricket as well as Zimbabwe Cricket app. But otherwise, take care of yourself. Again, the winners of this title, that is the NPL T20 Blast. Congratulations to them, Lions Academy.